The Blobber is streaming a train game. Why is he streaming a train game? The Blobber is streaming a train game. Why is he streaming a train game? The Blobber is streaming a train game. Why is he streaming a train game? The Blobber is streaming a train game. Why is he streaming a train game? To hug the train game. To envelop that train game. To hug the train game. To envelop that train game. To hug the train game. That train game. That train game. He wants to make love to the train game. Strong new locos. Riveted boilers with their linkages. Steam domes. Challenge the rail. Challenge speed. Why do I stream the train game? Because I'm in love. There is a passionate affair going on between Blobber and the train game. Blobber is streaming a train game. Now, in order to create that illusion, simulating some of the most sensational lines, they're not only climbed, but were velocitous, fearless, exclusive, and profitable. That is having me stream the train game. The Blobber is streaming a train game. Why is he streaming a train game?
Abuse of power.
The Blobber is streaming a train game. Why is he streaming a train game? The Blobber is streaming a train game. Hold it, please. To hug the train game. Envelop that train game. To hug the train game. To envelop that train game. To hug the train game. That train game. That train game. He wants to make love to the train game. And the stream is going where no man has gone before. Where no man has gone before. Challenge the rail. Challenge speed. Why do I stream the train game? Because I'm in love.
Alright, we've had our fun. Back to the classic music. He suggested that OTTD is the better train game. Which it clearly isn't, because it has buses, Death's Head. Buses! Ugh. Anyway, new trains. Alright. Now, what do we got? We could take a look at Chicago, New Orleans. Does it have a goal? It does not have a goal. It's also extremely flat and empty. There's literally nothing here. Not at all. It's a bus game. A bus game. Boo, bus game. Okay, Chicago, New Orleans is actually empty map. So get rid of that. What else can we try? Ontario, Northland? Or Florida? Let's have a look at Florida. Does it have a goal? Yeah, okay, it has goals. So fine. That looks reasonable enough. Boom. Hello and welcome to Plays Railroad Tycoon 2. Here as part of Choo Tuesday, we'll be taking a look at Florida, the 2nd Century 2. Custom map. Expert, let's go. Welcome to flat, underpopulated Florida. This scenario will last 50 years. To win bronze, you must have a net worth of 100 mil, plus have connected Pensacola to Jacksonville. For silver, have the highest player worth, over 150 mil. For gold, your personal value must be 350 mil, or you can have the highest net worth and book value, plus have connected Pensacola to Jacksonville and West Key. But there's only us. That doesn't make sense when it's only us. Are you sure that that's what it's meant to be, map? Yeah, it's only us, so something's wrong with this. It should have default other players from the sounds of it. Based on this saying highest net worth and book value. But maybe the real challenge is reaching this personal value of 350. Yeah, we'll go with the buffalo thing. Now, where are people? This looks fairly populous. Tampa. So is Jacksonville. This is not. That's fairly populous. Tallahassee. If we could get there to here as our first one, is that even possible? Yeah, that looks possible. Alright. That looks about right. See what advisors we have. Station building cheaper is okay. For now we'll keep you. And now over here in Jacksonville, can we get both cities? Not really. Are you worth 2 normal houses? Basically. So the next question is, how much do I want the secondary industries? Would I prefer the metalworks or the house? Well, how much steel and aluminum can there make? Aluminium can there be? Looks like there can be 0 aluminium. And 0 steel? So interesting that the ports do nothing. That's an odd choice. But in any case, it means that including this does nothing for us because there's no way of getting that good. And then the next choice is, do we go this way and sacrifice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 houses for the... No, we don't sacrifice 7 houses for the ability to have the alcohol production. That is most of the money. If I said double track. All of the money. So I'll have to stick with single for the moment. Only 1, 2, 3 turns is pretty fantastic. And as the level description said, it's pretty flat. I mean, there's a couple of 1.5s there, but otherwise everything's 1 or below. Rip money. Initial loan. We're only allowed Prussians. But okay. One from either end. They will want a post office, a post office, a saloon, ideally a hotel. And then we got to work out how many extra things we need. So here... How far do I think you can get before you'll run out? Because it's very tempting to put one here for the logs. That's double logs. And we could extend this down a little bit to use the logs. And I kind of feel like one here. Both ends have the ability to use the cotton. Maybe we can get away with just the one. Let's see if we can get away with just the one. That means we can do the logs. What about the paper? Or the pulpwood? No. So the logs, yes. Logs, here, there, loop. And then probably one more that does the same thing, but there, here, there. Eventually. And I reckon the next thing to do is this. Can I get all three in a single station? Alas, no. So it's going to have to be something like that. But we're too poor, even with our loan. That would give me 100k to work with. That might be exactly enough. No. 10k short. Oh well. Patience. Let's go. Speed up. You, good sir, are low priority compared to the passengers. I forgot to turn off the dividend, but I'm silly. I could finally play the bad one. Yeah, it's something for me to keep in mind. I'm surprised that this one is going so much quicker than the others. I mean, they're nominally the same weight. It looks like this isn't going to manage to get here without running out of water. What about this way, though? So I'm going to need another one somewhere like here. And probably here-ish. If I put it here, we can get these two. Well, it might manage to get there. We'll see. US invades Mexico. War with Mexico feared? I mean, if you've invaded, it's kind of already a thing, right? I'm stuck in capital, and it's quite boring. State to handsomely reward the first railroad that connects to Tallahassee. Lobbyists will wet the whistle of chairman as well. Ooh. The book value of your company is trigger minus money. Huh? In any case, the share price has come down. We can afford to buy some more. 2 more. There is definitely plenty of cotton. I think we're going to have to deliver that logs to here, because I don't really want it going all that distance with no water. At least not no water plus being loaded. Although we could also just have you wait here. Yeah, actually, you know what? Fine. Wait here. When this one delivers, then this can get water and maintenance, and then this can jump past it. They're only moments away from getting our big payout. Now, our personal purchasing power is about to go even potentially negative, so hopefully these two payouts save us. Yup. No! We had to sell off one. That's not too bad. There we go. Big money. One dining car. Get this everything. Sand, water, roundhouse, restaurant, do. You are allowed to go full speed again. Roundhouse, sand, water, restaurant, do. I guess in the future we're going to have you do 4. Same with this guy. And maybe 2 of this guy. And now for the cotton. We said we need 1 more water. Approximately here. And approximately... I mean, ideally, we'd only use 1. In case we need the logs / pulpwood in the future. And now we want to set up our cotton ones. So, here, to there, to there. You, sir, are low priority. You, sir, are low priority. We are full Florida man, yes. And then we want here, here, there. Come on, right order. That one, that one, that one. Done. You are also low priority. Go. And then when this guy dings, we build all our double tracks. And I would also like here to there mail. See what other advisors we can hire. No. Although, actually... yeah, I think you'll be better for us. So please ding. then is that I want one that does only people. There can be 2 fancy people and 4 or 3 crappy people. Stop. This needs water. Possibly a roundhouse. Doesn't hurt. And double all these tracks. All right. Pay off our loan. Good. I have faith in the share price going up. Victory at Chapultepec. Mexico City is ready to fall. The Mexican-American War is over. What are the other major cities? Tallahassee. There's a little bit over here. Pensacola, Milton, Nuave kind of can be a single city in concept. Miami. Those are the big uns. Palm Beach is okay, except that these don't do anything. The ports are useless on this map, sadly. They're just decorative. They're decorative ports. Yeah, something might trigger later. We split 3 for 1. Which is somewhat annoying, because I was hoping to buy a lot of this back. Now the share price massively exceeds the book value. Why are you going so slow? Because it's turned into the, like, 2 worst bits of grade we have on the track. Fair enough. This year is going to be a bad year. Speed up. But then the year after should be fantastic. The American starts to exist, and I ideally wish we could replace all our trains. We might put these onto new little sidelines. We'll see. Certainly the expresses should be big fancy ones. People aren't happy with our profits, but then this year will be fantastic. Is there an even better advisor? Like Fuel Man? No. Kind of looks like we could have a second set of these, but what we might do is lower these to 3 and then have the express trains become a second set of these as we replace the express trains with Americans. Well, that's annoying. $2 million in passengers explode. RIP. Literally after going through a maintenance bay. That hurts. Actually, you know what? Wait. We're already in October. Damn it. Fine. Clear off. You're going to become a second one of these. And we're dropping it down to 3. Woo. The share price is still above the nominal price. But it's dangerously close to 100. I'm going to trust that it's okay. Now, Actual Express Mark II. First one. Also, the newly not an express needs to be told that it is low priority. The American actually caught up. Yeah, we split 2 for 1. Yuck. Okay, and then you're becoming here, there. But 3. You are no longer a high priority. Halt. And we want our second express. Go. Now the existing ones are getting dialed back 1, because there's now twice as many of them. And I don't want them to get too slow. You finally earned yourself a profit. And we have spare money. Now, my instinct is to try and buy this. Let's look at that math. What is it? It's... $1 million. We can do that about 6 times. I could buy back 60k. I can buy back approximately a quarter of the company. Sure. Now we own in hand-wavy terms a third. And we should think about expanding rather than buying back more shares now. Oh, come on, little Prussian. Surely you can keep ahead of that. Nah. American that's doing nothing. You become empty. I guess we're having a second log one. Log here, here. Finish emptying. Done. You are low priority. Woo. And now we want, what? 2 Americans from this side. Except that somehow it only wants 1. Disappointingly. Here, here. But if it's all at once, it's all at once. Actually, if anything, this one wants another pure passenger. Well, grab the 1 male, why not? Drop down to 3 so that they all stay in speed with each other. Looks good. And then what? And then what expansion? So we're already doing goods. We're doing logs. We could do food. We could do. So for food, is there anything that can eat the cow? Nope. There's no cow processing. Frustratingly. We do have grain though. And there's a bakery over in St. Augustine. Yeah, maybe. Something like that. And then how do you get back over here? It's not the best, but... that gets that as well. At least lets us come over here to get these 2 sugar. I'd probably use that grain to do food to back here, and then this sugar to do food to down here. For the moment, we'll go with shitty bridges, because I don't know that we need more than 1. Done. And then can I get both of these in a single station? Yes. Sold. Hell, we can even get some produce. It didn't build in the right location. I hate it. Grrr. Waste of 200k. Really wish that that could be reached from... Oh well, it can't, and I just have to live with it, so that is St. Augustine. You need all the maintenance. Now. Grain, food, back. And on the other side, I'm a little bit questioning whether that will be able to go from here to there without running out of water, but we'll see. I'm going to need 2 of these, no question. But just not quite yet. Now this also opens up an opportunity. Yep, like that. I like that, and that gives us all the reason we need to double this track. So between here and here, we need slightly more money, but we'll run a little express that goes ding, 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 ding back between these two. And now the logs don't have to come down here to go to Tampa. The logs can go up here to go to Tampa. Nope, you have a new direction. Yeah, that looks right for the moment. Does mean this guy turns around. We should be okay. Speed up one, speed up one. I want the second one of these. I want to finish this, and then I want to set up that little express. The Compromise of 1850. California is admitted as a free state. The South is fuming but acquiesces. We now are allowed to have big restaurant. Or was it big hotel? Big restaurant. That is holding up some things. Oh. An alcoholery has conveniently built itself within Jacksonville land. We're about a third of the company. Okay, in the future, only do 4. Only do 2 years worth. Actually, we might change you to become the second one of these and use one of the little Prussians to do that, because 2 a year is pretty manageable. We might actually get the Prussians to only do produce now. So... logs can go back up to 4, where it's here, here, there. Two of those. And then 2 of the other way around. Good. You are no longer doing this. Your new job is grain food back. That is your life. You no longer do this. You do produce to alcohol to there. Now, unfortunately, alcohol is hugely heavy. So actually, maybe you just do produce to there. And we need a little connector that way. Perfect. Okay, the first of the new expresses comes in. Primarily male, please, for number 1. We can have our new big restaurants. And we can set up this little back and forth. And I guess I should double here, here, here. Done. So it was little express that runs between these two. All the time. That's all you do. You can also be low priority because you don't really matter. Finish this so you can turn into the second sugar. And I suppose maybe I could do a little connector there. Empty. Here, there. Down to Tampa. Very good. So what do I need? I need 1 for your produce. I need probably 2 for that produce. I need 1 for this. 3, 4. I need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I've got 3 spare. 4 spare. Nope. Your new job is produce to there. I probably need a second one of that. Yes, we do. There is no second one of you, so we can happily build it this way. Here, there, go. And then you are becoming pure passenger. That's all well and good. We should start buying up these industries, perhaps. That one. Don't know about these two. These probably aren't actually worth buying. This will be. It looks like a third one of those would be sensible. Really? Good. That's good news. Running out of logs there is good news. These need everything, please and thank you. Woo, and this one. Okay. There is enough cotton and these demand goods, so grab these, take them to here, then there. In groups of 4, please. Same idea, but to St. Augustine. Go. You are not high priority. And by the time he gets there, there'll be about 6 sugar. Things look pretty good. Now, I got tons of spare money. Could we buy back even more of the stock? That puts us at still about a third of the company, annoyingly. Speed up. Now, do these places want paper? Yes, and... yes, and... no, and... no, but they do want lumber. And this is currently not having its logs used at all. So as soon as we have the next big ding... We could start these logs to down here to there. You aren't important, and the same thing again, except to St. Augustine. Very good. Speed up. I need to kill more of these. Maybe we have a better advisor available, like Fuelman. Still no Fuelman. Rip. Well, at least it didn't split. It might be worth... No, it's not worth doing that. Okay, you are no longer needed for this. You are needed for this. Help bring that produce across to here. 2 of those is enough to do that. Getting a little busy here. That was a good payment, though. That Tampa money for food. I can buy back 10 more K, which... Nah, I think we're better off continuing to expand. So let's look. Express, 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 express. Food, food. Logs to Jacksonville, logs to Jackson... Logs to Jacksonville. You need to die, friend. Logs to Tampa. Logs to Tampa. Goods to Palkia, goods to Augustin. Logs to Palkia, logs to Augustin. So actually we need new cotton to these 2 Americans. Here, there, there. And the same the other way around. So that we can finish retiring the Prussians into produce-only delivery. That's kind of awkward. That's a bit better. That would let us potentially connect there to here as another express set. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, that looks alright. Double track, yes please. All those extra turns there is a bit awkward, but what are you going to do? Doesn't need maintenance stuff because they're all going to go through there. But now we need our 2 expresses. One here, here, one other way. Well, maybe just one for the moment. And then we wanted our papers. So, are these big enough to want paper? It doesn't matter if you want paper because you're the paper provider. What about you? You also don't. So we just want 2 papers. So these pulpwoods, 2 paper to Jacksonville. Wait for there to be 6. Six. And pulpwood to paper to Tampa. Yes, that should work. Ding, ding, ding. That's fine. Good enough. Now, at a concept level, these 2 new cities could also have logs. So these logs to down here to you. That is your life. And then the same thing again, but up to Callahan. Ding, ding. Did I have 7 of those in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I got 1 spare, 8. Now I've got 2 spare. We'll find some use for the other 2. At the moment I'm thinking of using 1 to do cotton to here. You know what? The moment stop. I want this to finish. Because I expect to want to take the alcohol, because there's no more passengers here for this one. Speed up, speed up. There's nothing else. You'll take the alcohol. Just this once. In the future, please be passengers again. Woo. We have plenty of money. I am inclined to say there's probably more of these we should be buying. Like the 2 cotton things. This. And this. Surprised these are showing as poor. Eight and 3. Yeah, you're doing your job. An 8. What about you? Unfortunately, it has to finish its last cycle.
That said, we've got $6 million we should expand, so... The 2 new cities haven't got food dealt with. Log. None of the 4. Well. None of the 4? No, just the 2 new ones. These 2 new ones need goods and food. Here plus there could be goods easily enough. It's unfortunately not quite enough people to be a real thing. Still, these 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then do we bother hauling them all the way to the other end to haul them back? If we do that, we probably want 2 sets of them. Yeah, I guess we go to the other end to come back. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Down to here. Come back there. So I want 2 of that. So that's Callahan, then we still need to do Inverness. And I'd still like to deal with food, so we can go cow, down. Cow, down. Done. So you've got goods dealt with, that one has food dealt with. You need food. And he needs goods. So 4. Now do we hold them down there to hold them there? Sure. Then we want 2 of those. Let them know they're all low priority. Done. Maybe you need a water. But everything else should be fine.
This is busy enough to deserve telegraph poles, so does the other end. And we should spend on even more expansion. So, am I allowed to do disconnected building? I am. Flamingo! Miami? To where? Hmm. It's kind of tempting to connect something over here all the way to this. $4.5 for Tallahassee. Lake City is pretty big. Orlando is pretty big. You know what? Orlando, Miami.
I've got freedom to sing the blues. I've got freedom to spread the good
I was kind of hoping I could get that cow as well, but it's not on the cards.
freedom at night. Freedom gonna help me to see the light. I've got freedom from all of my pain. Well, I got freedom from the pouring rain.
No, I'm not building a bridge across Lake Otsikobe.
Freedom gonna help me to see the light. Lord, I had some troubles. You know I had them bad. But Lord, all my troubles really, really made me sad. Freedom came and took my blues. Yes, they did. I've got freedom in the morning.
And if I can use that to only turn once,
And freedom gonna help me to see the light.
which it looks like we can. Now, admittedly, I have to blow up some housing in Kismety. Yeah, I'm sold on that. At least to here. Done. Do I really care about getting those logs? Yeah, I probably actually do.
Got to
But it means another turn. Yeah, I'm not sold on it being worth another turn. So, stay like that. Two, three. I'd rather you be before... No, after the turn, sorry. Lovely. And then there is another town that we can connect to on this end. Florida City, no thank you. Flamingo, no thank you. Fort Lauderdale? It's not quite evenly sized. Neither is Myers. It's a little more tempting just to run one between there and there. I need something in the middle for water purposes anyway. So let's get our here to here express. That is what you do all the time. You are low priority. And then we want the Orlando, Miami, and we want to work out what goods we can do. We can do logs, paper. This doesn't really want paper. This end barely wants paper as well. Both sides will want logs though, right? Yes. It's not unimaginable to get this one. It's a long way to be taking those logs. It's sad that we can't get them into a single one. How many cows are nearby? No, those ones are a bit far away. These ones are near enough to think about adding in, though. Right, we can do that. And then bring the cows all the way up to this end and then all the way back. So wait for 6, turn them into food, take them to there. That is your life. Kind of wish there was another bakery down this end. There's only alcohol. There's some bakeries over there. They're rather out of the way. That feels about the right distance. It might not be quite soon enough, we'll see. But here should be safe. Here should be safe. You aren't important. And I need this express. Preferably 2 of them. Done. We'll add in the logs once I've got a bit more money. Looks good. Kansas-Nebraska Act signed. Missouri Compromise repealed. Slavery depends on popular will. Cloud of civil war hangs over the nation. That's all there is. That's all there is. Oh, the first of the papers has arrived. Yeah, it'll probably get there. It will be lovely to see an end to... Yes. No more do you do that. You are going to briefly go help this. The Lake Placid bullet. Good work. There's still 2 more Tampa deliveries that we're waiting for before we've fully converted the old trains to just working the little things over here. Looks like... That one is now ahead of the curve. Speed up one. In the future, please have a male. Kinda looks like we should jump that down to that. Coalman, pretty please. Not Fuel Man, sad days. We should connect up all these logs, so... Well, that's awkward. There we go. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Take it to here. Take it to there. Or we could abuse the fact that this can do both logs and paper. Yeah, I like that. Because then that uses this in perfect ratio to what is produced. And then the only thing is we'll want a second one of those. Okay. So that's you getting logs and paper. Both sides still need food. Well, actually no. This side needs food. Both sides need goods. And I guess we purchase you now, because you're actually worth buying. $20, $29. $29 is a tick. $20. Looks fine. $31, $38. I should probably lower this to just be that on both. Apparently these are now worth buying, so might these ones be. That should be worth buying. $15 and $7. Lovely. 11. Yeah, be 100% passengers for the moment. Morning, Salah. $10. Fix it. Trouble is, this one's about to be empty. Ugh. Wait for at least half of that, please. Good enough. We've got the cash for another expansion. Although the share price is about right, we could just buy back some more shares as well. That gets us up to... what? 9 of approximately... yeah, not quite half, but we're approaching half. God, yes, this is about to finish. Woo, you. Like that. And on the other end. No, turn around, try and fix it. I said try and fix it. Now, I wouldn't mind a connection between these two networks. Not that we expect to use it, but it means we could. The Great North-South? Yes. It connects the two separate lines. This line and that line. I'm toying with the idea of sending some of the spare Prussians to go do grain to this Cowery. Like one station there can get an awful lot of things. Sugar, sugar, produce, grain, cotton. There. It's gonna need another zigzag, which sucks. But I could see there to St. McLeod. Serving double purposes. Yeah, the extra zigzag sucks a bit, but what are you going to do? That extra zigzag, but it's necessary to grab all this. So at the moment, all that produce can get yoinked up here and then taken down that end. It's slightly awkward that we need to... Well, how are we going to do it? There, here, here. So yes, that works. And then... this here... Do these ones want alcohol? They do a little bit. Here, here, and here. Okay, first things, we wanted 2 expresses. 1 to here. Let those exist for a sec. Kind of looks like we should be like that. Sure, whatever. And then we wanted to deal with these 2 sets of alcohols. So 6 to there, to Miami. If that is your job, you can go slow. Now, should it be 6 or should it only be 4 because of how heavy alcohol is? It should probably only be 4. So I've got here, here, Miami. And I want another one that does the same except it just comes straight back. There, there, back. Sure. Both low priority. And then we want this here, here. This here. How are we going to do it? 2, 3. Here, here, there, here, here, there, here, here, there. I think one can do all three of those. Just because of how rarely you want alcohol delivered. You are also low priority. So this city is getting excess alcohol deliveries very probably. But that's fine. And then the last thing was maybe our little enhance the cow production. Which we were waiting for these ones to come in. Yes, this one is done. Okay. Nope. You become grain to there. Once a year, please. Then what do we do with the other one? Or do I just have two of those? Yeah, we can have two of those. This one is also finished and becomes the second one of them. Done. All the old little trains now actually serve a purpose. Paper demand, 0! You know what? You can have a warehouse. I'm that nice. You can have a grain thing if there was one, but we don't know about them. 3 mil. Share price is kind of acceptable. That still looks closer to a third than a half, sadly. You are now done. What do we want you to do? That is an interesting question. What do we want 8 to do? So, food. Food, cow. Produce 1. Cow 2. Produce down here 1. Produce down here 2 because it's further away. Second food 1. We don't know. End-to-end express, end-to-end express, end-to-end express. End-to-end express. Food to Tampa, food to Tampa. Logs to Jacksonville, logs to Jacksonville, logs to Tampa, logs to Tampa. Mini express. Big express. Food to Tampa. Goods to Tampa, goods to... No, goods to Palka. Goods to St. Augustine. Logs to Palka, logs to St. Augustine. Logs, goods to Jacksonville, goods to Tampa. Secondary Express 1, Secondary Express 2. Looks like we can have a second one of these now. Though in general, please meet that kind of ratio. Now, where were we? We were somewhere around here. So, Palkia, St. Augustine. Logs, Palka, Logs, St. Augustine. Jacksonville, Tampa. This Express 1. Paper to Jacksonville, paper to Tampa. Logs to New 1-1, logs to New 1-2. Goods to New 1-2. Yes. And food. We need a second one of these now. Yes, it's time for the second one of you. Low priority. Done. Yeah, that should keep it about ratio. Yes, and yes. And I guess this thing in a sec. Depends on where the cows are. No, the cows are still a year away from there. But we do now need a second one of this. No, boo. Clear that. Coming all the way down here. And it's up to there and then back. Grumble, grumble. In fact, we should probably find you something to do up here instead. And just make a proper version of the other thing. Because what I wanted was a clone of this one. So what can we use you for? I mean, there's enough cities here where we can probably justify actually doing milk. I know, shock horror, but we may actually be able to justify using milk for real. And that can be your job. So, come here. Wait for 4 milk. Six milk? Can we do 6? No, we can do 4 milk, though. 4 milk, take it there. 4 milk. Take it there. 4 milk. Take it to St. Augustine. 4 milk. You're going to deliver every single city milk once. 4 milk. And then it's Inverness. 4 milk. Tampa. 4 milk. Orlando. 4 milk. Quincy. 4 milk. This place. And Miami. Now the only other question is, do we have a refrigerating thing? No, there's no such thing as refrigeration yet, so I can't up it to 6. But that does manage to use the other new person up that we kind of accidentally bought, but we've found use for them. What are you gonna do? There's got to be some little silly job that we can give to this number 8. I mean, we weren't dealing with logs to you or logs to you. Which we could do. It's not that hard to go. Standing water roundhouse. For those connecting from this side to this side. Holy moly, I need a third one? No, there's no way we need a third one. No, I don't believe that we need a third one. What we do need is something for this 8, though. Currently, these logs go unused. So we could go here. Where can they get converted into something? Down there, and then up to these two. Sure. So 4 to there. To this one. 4 there. That one. Done. Low priority. That still doesn't give the number 8 something to do, though. What about this? Oh. Okay. Things have changed. The ports now convert cotton into steel. So this would definitely like lots of cotton. And I have spare cotton. That doesn't actually realistic. Well, let's just grab one of you. You're going to grab cotton, turn it into steel. And then what do we do with that steel? We could come across to here, and then back down, but none of these especially need goods. suppose we could stockpile steel a little while. Kind of tempting to put one there and then just have it delivering the steel, this cotton to itself. And that would work. I need to find something for you to do. Start accumulating that cotton. One day we may want it. For say here. No, we could add in goods that way. And that would give us these guys goods. Yeah. Sold. So over to Fort Lauderdale. Now, you wouldn't mind connecting to somewhere for passenger purposes. I guess here is okay. Beware of the gators. Okay. G'day, C. CK Hawk. Roundhouse, sanding water. Yes, everything, everything, everything. We can have end-to-end expresses. Start the other end, because this end's a bit empty at the moment. All stations. This lets us process cow. I am slightly worried they may not be able to get there to there without running out of... So we're going to add in one more supply thing. There, now there's no way they run out. And now I have a use for you. Done. Cow is already being dealt with happily. Do either of these want logs? You wouldn't mind lumber. Neither would here. So... that's probably the least objectionable. So we get one that goes 4 logs to here, to new place, 4 logs to here, to other new place. Or do we have 2 of these? So one that does here and then one that does there. We'll start with just this. It has to know that it's not high priority. Neither are you. And we still haven't worked out something to do with the number 8. Need to wait 1 more year for you. There's got to be something for 8 to do. You know what? You can become a second one of those. Here to there. Double produce, that is all. Get on it. Tampa doesn't actually want that much alcohol. What about you? You wouldn't mind an alcohol delivery. Now we can set up, wait for full alcohol, deliver it to here. Wait for full alcohol, deliver it to Tampa. Wait for full alcohol, deliver it to... there. Wait for full alcohol, deliver it there. Wait for full alcohol, deliver it there. Okay, and which one should we start with? We should probably start with the Cagliargli one. So that we can use the existing stuff up a bit quicker. Is it really a good idea to make more drunk Florida men? Yes, because it gives us money. Money, 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 money. Finally, these have arrived. They can start enhancing the cow output. I reckon we're good to start this. So it's 4 here, turn into steel, take it to there. One of you delivers it to Kimsey. Steel becomes goods. Yes. You are not high priority. Neither are you. And then the same thing, except that you go here, steal goods. And the first one did Kimsey, so you do Orlando. And that means that Miami is going to want me to buy this, and it's going to want a customs house if we didn't already have one, but we do, so that's fine. Okay, so that's that and that now in use. And we're dealing with this city and this city for goods. Whew. You need to be not priority. Something like that. Buy back our stock. Now we own very nearly half the company. That probably gets us to actually half. Yeah, that gets us to owning half the company. Legitimately owning half the company. Okay, then we think about expanding again. Where is your brother? Here. So actually it looks like we need a third one of these. Especially once we're now starting to deliver the grain to it to enhance the cow output. We split 4 for 1. Investors are ecstatic about their performance. They increase our salary by about a half. And give us a bonus. My net worth to the moon. Although it's going to start coming down as this price collapses. Coalman, still no coalman, annoyingly. This is now worth buying. So should be this one. Kind of looks like we need a second one of them. No rail to the capital. We haven't worked our way across the top. yet. We've been working on the peninsula. We can start the second one of you. Ooh, you do run out of water. That shouldn't be a thing, though, because this should... Ugh. Okay, that's my idiocy. Let's fix that. Perspective tricked me into thinking I'd built what I needed. Wouldn't mind the second one of you starting at this end. Speed up. Okay, the first Miami delivery comes in. Actually, it does look like we could have a third one of these. But whatever, we've got enough cash to start something else. So, what do we start while we wait for the share price to collapse back down? Titusville? 4 is a pretty decent number. Yeah, we could do Titusville to Stewart. Can we get all of that in a single thing? No. Annoyingly. And we'd be able to add in logs without too much work. But not really anything else. And actually, there's a lot of crap in the way here. This has got a lot of crap in the way. There's got to be something easier than that. There are so many trees. So many trees. Yeehaw! 1.5. Isn't it all like swamp though? I don't think fire would work in swamp. 1, 2 and a bit. Yeah, we can do here. Here in Port Richey. It works until it doesn't. 1, 2. I think a little 3 ding 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 thing here will be fine. So it is worth putting it that extra tile up to get that extra log. And actually that means that it's actually big enough to have double track. So we have one that just does this little loop. Ding, ding, ding. All stations. Start there is fine. And then we have one that goes logs. Lumber back, logs, lumber, there. But for once you can actually do it in groups of 6. You aren't high priority. The express thing is. Yep, that matches. So that's a little expansion, but it didn't by any means consume all our available money. So what else can we add? What is supposedly using your cotton, and could we turn it into goods into steel? Yeah, it looks like we could... Nah, that's about right. It's not that far off using what's there. I reckon we set up Lake City to Tallahassee. I want the house more than I want the extra logging. One, 2, 3.5 sets of houses. We're in Florida. Humid Florida. Land of the baby alligators. Cute little alligators instead of big manly crocodiles. Probably there. Those twos there are a bit disastrous, but otherwise we'll live. That being said, I really wouldn't want to actually be exposed to either alligators or crocodiles in the wild. They're both pretty deadly. Don't. Okay, you can deal with cow. It's a pity that we need to put a big one to get that to happen. Oh well, still happening. Wouldn't want to wake up with one in my yard? Yes. No, the worst we get here are some foxes. Okay, now we obviously have an end-to-end express. Oh, come on. Thank you. Good. Those can be high priority. That gives us Madison. But now we're too poor, so we need to wait for a bit more money. Fair enough. The idea is I want to set up a Madison to, I think, Oakville. Or perhaps... yeah, Madison to Oakville looks right. And then all of these logs. Which we can at least start aggregating. Capital connected. The Florida government gives us $500,000 for bringing the Iron Horse to Tallahassee. Lobbyists share their wealth. So what? I can afford to... do that track doubling. Woo. And I wanted here. Done. And so now I can have a little pseudo express running between these two. It's a little bit of a joke, but whatever. And then we can set up cow, cow, food here, cow, cow, food here, cow, food there. Cow, cow. Sorry, wrong one. Cow, cow, food here, cow, cow, food there, cow, cow, food There. Done. And then logs. So these two need logs, can be one group. And I'd kind of like you to do it 6 at a time. Can I process the logs anywhere else? Here. Need a bit more cash. Let some time pass. You need to know that you're low. You need to know that you're low priority. That gives us the cash to set up this. I guess I can use a big station. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Lovely. So now you go 6 logs to lumber to there, and then 6 logs to lumber to here. Okay, so that's the 2 further away ones dealt with. And then we want to deal with these 2. So these 2. Which is to say, these logs to here to Royal Oak, these logs to here to Lake City. Not cattle. Turn them into lumber. Logs do not turn into processed cows. Lumber. Looks good. You need to know that you aren't high priority. Check that no one wants paper. Actually, Tallahassee kind of wants paper. But it's the only one. Now I could definitely connect here and here and enhance the cow output. Really? Oh, come on. Boo. Well, that's my fault. Should have built the station. Not first. Really? Yeah, there we go. And then where's the other one? Here. Now, do I think that this needs 2 trains? Not really. Yeah, I don't think it does. And we can go these ones to here, and then those ones to there. That should be fine. You are low priority, and that enhances both of these cow outputs. Lake City, Eelsville, and Greenville Junction. We could also add in Royal Oak. So 1, 2, 3, Royal Oak. And use that as the excuse to have a second one of them. Once we have the cash. Or more accurately, once this one is actually left. There we go. Now we can have the second one of them. Except that you're going to start halfway through your cycle. So now everything in this zone except Tallahassee is getting food. There's no way we need 2. We might need to pump it up to 3 and 3 rather than 2 and 2, but there's no way that we need 2 of those. It's a pity there isn't a 4th house here. Carabel is not just... It's not worth connecting to. Neither is here, except for cotton purposes. Youngstown is not worth connecting to. This is worth connecting to. So what, here? Across to here? It needs some bridges, but it's doable. And then these logs could come up here and down there. Hell, we can even get the cow. And deliver milk once to all of these places. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. I don't care if it has to zigzag a bit. We don't have the cash for it, so wait a sec. These ones will deal with these 2 cities' food. I guess we could start... I was going to say start aggregating now, but no. Not unless we use small stations. Which I am willing to do. Start the aggregating. Okay, give you everything. That's a bit awkward. Actually, could I put this maybe on the other side? No. I was wondering if I could get it to go straight into there, but no such luck. And then where were these logs? We're going to use these logs. Need a bit more cash. Wait a sec. This one definitely wants water. Now, one thing to point out is we weren't doing this one's food. So maybe we turn that into food for there. Might be possible. Only with a bigger station. Yeah, it's worth not turning. Actually, then we've kind of done this wrong. What I want is like that. There we go. So 6 to here to there, and that is your life. 6 to here to there. You'll only do that every other year, but that's fine. This is going to want doubling, because unlike the other one, we are going to have 2 trains running on it. Wait for more... Actually, no. Get this started. We are going to want 2 of these, so I guess we just go straight to double tracks. You are going to want water as well. Good. And then I want to finish setting up here. So, how much does it cost to get across to over here? More than we might like, but we've got the money for it now. Four pairs of houses. It's not going to get better than that. That one seems to have the gentlest curve. But it's... Alright. Well, sucks to be me. Goodbye. Waste of probably the better part of $1 million. There we go. Yep, they can make that turn even if it looks awkward. We probably need one thing for sand and water in the middle. Although there is a temptation to just delete that and pull it down this way so that it looks nice. Yeah, I'm willing to spend some money for aesthetics. Actually looks like it should be there. Which would give us another log processing. If we cared. I don't know that we care. No, I don't think we care. Okay, it needs 2 end-to-end expresses. So here to here. Start on that side. And now the 2 logs. So logs to log processing to here. Not important. And the same thing, but all the way down to Milton. Looks good. And then cows. 6 cows to cow processing to here. Not priority. And 6 cows to cow processing to Milton. Not priority. So now these have got logs, tick, and food, tick. This one kind of wants paper. You, oddly enough, don't want paper. Yeah, fair enough. I think we will want 2 of these eventually. So I might as well make the second one now. And now, even if only you and Tallahassee want paper and none of the others, 2 places wanting paper is probably enough to justify it. We could either take it to there or to here. Or we could do both and have that one service you and this one service him. The other thing we could try and do is look at goods. But no, there's no way of turning steel into goods over here. So everything has to be done via cotton. And there just isn't that much of it. You can process it. Can anywhere else? You. But not you. Yes, for the sake of fewer turns. How many cities do we have to service? 1, 2, 3, 4 big cities, and then like 3 little ones. Now we could make someone that connects to Royal Oak. Like maybe Royal Oak to somewhere here? Pensacola? Yeah, Pensacola seems about right. Oof. Oh, that's not actually that bad. But we need some more money for that. So wait a sec. And then we're also going to set up the milk delivery to everything over here. So grab 4 milk. Deliver it to Milton. Grab 4 milk. Deliver it to Tallahassee. Grab 4 milk. Deliver it to Madison. Grab 4 milk. Deliver it to Oak. Grab 4 milk. Deliver it to Ellaville. And grab 4 milk. Deliver it to Lake City. And then we are out of milk deliveries. Maybe one more for Pensacola eventually. Really? I was certain that that would work. Well, I was very wrong. What if I did it in this order first? There. That will work. It will look stupid, but it will work. Lol. Yeah, it looks stupid, but it works. It looks very stupid. It's extra stupid, it is. The bridge is barely going over the bit with the water. We should see if we can go get Fuel Man. No Fuel Man. Do we actually need to have a turn? Yes. Yes, we do. Fair enough. Okay. You need everything in terms of passengers. Did they add west on the island chain at the very bottom? Down here? Yes. And Summerland. And Marathon, though not Waterloo. And Largo. Now, we're going to set up an express between you and Royal Oak. Both ends. Please wait for at least half. Go. And Milkman, you also now need to know that you go here to there. Done. And then the last thing is this city also needs track blocked. No, it doesn't count as connectable. No, it doesn't work. Boo. Am I willing to blow up a house? I guess I have to be. Am I willing to blow up 2 houses? Oh, it's done now. Basically, I should have maybe just positioned this slightly differently, but whatever. At the time, it made sense. A hurricane would have deleted the house anyway. So the real question is, does this still want... No, it no longer wants paper, which is a bit of a frustration. But oh well. Or a tsunami? Might be... I don't know how far inland that is. That might be tsunami range. Speed up. Holy moly, that is worth a lot. I mean, it is a fair distance away. Okay. Done. Now, you need food and you need log. Our nearest log processing is all the way over there. Which kind of tempts me to turn this into a medium, into a large. Now it grabs the logs. And we can grab these logs to here to there. Wait for there to be 6. Does 6 work? These last 4 years. So yes, 6 works. Done. You're not important. And then this needs goods and or food. Which is what we were setting up these for, but haven't actually done. And is there another cattle? So this can be this thing's food. So your new job is wait for 6. Turn them into cow food. Deliver them there. Go. Doesn't need to be speedy. And then goods, which is what we were setting up all of these for. And you as well. I don't think we're ever going to need that, but it's there in case. So I've got 1, 2, 3. The big cities to do are Tallahassee and this one and Lake City. And we've got 4 sources and we've got 4 cities. That looks pretty much like it solves itself. These only last 3 years. So you grab those. Then you go to Tallahassee, you convert them into goods, and you take them to Lake City, and that is your loop. Okay, and then we want one that does the next one. So we want to deal with Tallahassee's goods, which can be this one to Mariana to Tallahassee. They're both low priority. And then we want to deal with Mariana's goods, which are here to Tallahassee to Mariana. And lastly, we want to deal with Milton Navarra, which is these four to Mariana to Milton. Done. So now these all have food and goods and lumber. The only thing we were missing is paper for Tallahassee, Lake City, but not Mariana. So we add in our ability to get paper. Crabville. Okay. And then how do you do that? You go pulpwood from here. Down to Crabville. Convert it into paper. Bring it back to Tallahassee. And one on the other side. Crabville, Lake City. Neither of these are priority. Should be fine. And the only question is, do we double track that? I guess we've got the cash. We can afford to double track it. Done. This looks like it does need to be buffed up to 3 and 3, which is fine. We said it might need to be. We could add in alcohol. So is there any sugar over this side? No, the sugar is only in the swamp. What about untapped grain? There isn't really any untapped grain. Unless this is getting underused. Which it isn't. In fact, it's gushing cash. We should buy it. Same with you. Sure, we'll buy those. This thing should be good. This thing should be good. So should that. This cow should be good. Really? Mediocre. Yuck. And apparently we're not using enough of these logs. These ones are doing well, though. We're not using enough of that sugar. The cotton maybe hasn't realized that it's done a loop yet. Really? That I have a hard time believing. And yet... Okay, I guess we're retiring you at last. And the other one. Instead we get an American. Go. If we've got all this excess sugar, at a concept level we could turn it into alcohol and then bring it down to the other side of the map. Like that. So... Stop counting after 10th Mexico? You don't want to lose to the USA. Now we were going to grab these, turn them into alcohol. And take them down to, say, Pensacola. Same thing, except one that delivers to Milton. Yes, I know what you're addicted to at the moment, Solar. And then the same with Mariana. And Tallahassee. And we will do Lake City. There. Don't worry, I won't be telling anyone how constantly you're playing the game. We've also got spare produce, so I guess we can go... Spare produce up to St. Cloud. You know, I'm sure that you're not playing it all night. You just leave it on overnight. Madison. And we need one other. Yeah, there we go. There's the claimed defensive. I've just left it running in the background, I swear. We just did Madison. I would like Royal Oak. Wrong one. You are supposed to be this kind of one. Royal Oak. I'm sure you'll manage. Let's look at these again. We've done. Yeah, you tend to filter it out over time. So we've done Pensacola, Milton, Mariana, Tallahassee, Lake City, Madison, Royal Oak. I think the only one we're missing is Ellisville. Done. Hail, Kaladin. Welcome to the superior train game, Raiders. No buses here. Not a one of them. No buses. Boo, buses. Boo. What else could we add? We could add in across to there. And then we could have one that grabs these, turns them into lumber down there. You're very tired. I'll go to sleep, Cal. Rest well. Done. You also aren't super important. So many trains, so little time. Buy more stock up ourselves. Holy moly, 2 millions of debt with a single click. Can we buy back some stock? $6 million worth of stock bought back. The price is cataclysmically huge. But we now own 7/12. Actually, it's more like 7/13. We own 7/13 of the company, which is strictly more than half. Now, what did we actually need to do? Oh, it doesn't bring up the briefing again. That sucks. It was something like 350k of money. No, not a chance. Not of TTD. I don't know the game. I don't have nostalgia for it. No, you might be breaking your neck to keep your head up under the weight of those nostalgia glasses. But I have no such thing. I might even have to admit that I have too many of those here. On the other hand, once they get going, it will be fine. Because it's going to take them like 4 years to do a loop. Lincoln re-elected. No, Lincoln elected for the first time. No, thank you, says Southern States. Jeff Davis is proclaimed Confederate president. Your game is older than mine, Cal. Your game is older. Besides, I've been hearing you playing the superior music from this game, whilst pretending that your game is better, listening to this game's music. I'll call this open this then. I'm not playing it on the original software. I'm playing it in DXWind. This is now Open Railroad Tycoon 2. Oh look, I just made it now because I've literally edited the software for loading it. It's literally today old. There, your game is older. Do I compile it from source? Do I compile it from source? No. I do not. I edit existing files. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. No, not happening, Cal. But that brings in a question. What counts as a new game? Does an update where you only update files count as a new game relative to not so? I would say yes. My inclination is to say if a company pushes you files or you make them yourself and it updates the game, I don't see why that shouldn't count as new. Otherwise, you're only ever going to be as young as your oldest file that you're using to run the game, which in your case then makes you it makes you older Super Cheese because you're referencing the original images as well. Right? It's either referencing those original images or engaging in copyright theft. Or I suppose the company could have set it to be free and open, the original makers, like with my Open Wolf that we play tomorrow, where the maker has released the original books to the public. As long as you aren't trying to sell them, you can use them for yourself, which is an absolute champion move. Open Wolf? When we play our Lone Wolf Saga books tomorrow, Wednesdays, Lone Wolf Wednesdays, the author of those made them freely available, publicly, digitally, as his gift to the universe on the turn of the millennium. And absolute props to the man for doing so. Champion. Share price is below the book value, so we should buy back more now. And again, it's no. It is free and open. Well, it is free and open source, the base content, but it is Lone Wolf Saga. We are playing it via Lone Wolf Saga. Lone Wolf Saga is someone else has made a little program that pulls the digital copy that the author made available and does automatic tracking of inventory and health and does random combat rolls for you. So that it's a lot more convenient than playing it pen and paper wise. We own now let's just say 7/10 of the company. It's not quite that, but it's more than 7/8. It's a lovely little thing to play if you want something on your phone to do whilst waiting for the bus or train or whatever. Playing them again now, I'd say they're only sort of mediumly good to above average. But as a kid, I absolutely loved the heck out of them and never seen anything like it. Like, it was mind-blowing at the time. Yeah, look, this is already starting to... These that were waiting have nearly finished their waiting. we can wait for that price to come back down a bit more. Speed up. I reckon we're probably about done. $2 for Aussie Bus. The buses where I am are usually 20-minute or half an hour. At least to places that I care about going. Not that I would ever use a bus. I use train. I lived directly, and I mean directly on the train station. It went house, sidewalk, road, other sidewalk, train station from my house when I was living there. Ugh. Fantastic. Does burning Sherman cutting the lines north of you in 64 affect our railroads? I don't know. No idea. I hope not. I don't want my access over here cut off. You aren't important to be speedy. You aren't important to be high priority. Buy back the last of that stock. There is no publicly held shares. We are the sole owner of the company. Speed up and see if we can meet our 350k. Sherman wins in Atlanta, ready to torch the city. So here's presumably what Death's Head was talking about. Begins a destructive march through Georgia to the sea. We're making about 10k a year, so we would need... Lee surrenders at Appomattox. Civil War is over. Lincoln shot dead. Southern actor is blamed. Andrew Johnson, president. Tennessee native is friendly to the South. You don't need to be high speed. Our fourth worst president. You have quite a few of them. 20 million profits, much nicer. Speed back up. Radical Reconstruction begins. Florida ex-Confederates accept their fate as freed men. Scalawags and carpetbaggers take their turn in government. So we're about a third of the way to what we need. If you ever speak ill of Nixon again. Memorandum for Mr. Huntington. Sir, I must inform you that we are experiencing a sharp rise in operating costs due to contaminated water in several locations. I expect to have this situation repaired, but I expect that it will cost $300k. I've taken steps to ensure that the employees responsible for the error will not be able to repeat it. Split 2 for 1, but it doesn't matter when we own all of the company. Replace the broken one. Make sure this knows not to run over things that are better than it. Slightly more than halfway to what we need. Memorandum. A storm has resulted in a bridge washout. Oh no, tiny amount of money relative to our total. Whatever will we do? You aren't higher priority than everything else. Neither are you. Speed back up. Replace you. You aren't higher priority. Come on, game. Let me set it as not higher priority. Thank you. And you. You missed the money go up noise. The noise of happiness. Done. Okay. Custer killed at Little Bighorn. US sends troops west. You aren't high priority. Places no longer accept raw iron. That's fine, because we're only giving them steel. Rutherford B. Hayes, President. Reconstruction is over. Freed men left to their fate. Big business shrugs and makes money. Sugar prices soar. This is worth buying, so is this. This cow thing is probably worth buying. Yes. This cow thing, also worth buying. You, worth buying. What about you? Also worth buying. Speed up. What about the cottons? They no longer eat raw coffee. That's understandable. You aren't high priority. You aren't high priority. Oh my god, they just killed all the cotton. Look! Oh no, they only killed that cotton. Still, they shouldn't have done that. That was my cotton. That's not very nice. No more deleting my cottons. Ugh, game. There we go. We need like 4 more years at the present rate, I think. I think that should be it now. This just needs to hit 350, 330, 335, 340, 345, 350. So at the end of this year, I think we win. If it's set to check every year. Which it doesn't look like it is. Hmm. Hmm. I feel like that should be triggering. Let's reread the thing. Personal value. Highest player worth, check. Net worth 100 million, check. Personal value must be 350 million, check. But maybe we also have to do West Keys to make it happy. Pensacola counts. We can connect down to West Keys if it makes the trigger happy. Is this what was stopping it? Grossly undercommuted. We have plenty of salvaging money, says City Fathers. Promises $2.5 million to Railroad Company as a token of their appreciation. Sure, whatever. You gonna trigger at the end of the year? No. Well, then now what haven't I supposedly done? Because I think that really is everything. Pensacola, Jacksonville, and West Keys. Have I ignored Jacksonville? So West Keys. Pensacola was the thing over here, and wasn't... No, I've done Jacksonville. Connected. What was the start year? It might correctly trigger at the end. So let's test that. The end year is 95. So we don't actually have that many more years left. 10 years. I don't mind speed 10ing 10 years. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 'Come on. Three more years. 2 more years. This should be the last year? Or else maybe it's not including the, like, it might be one more. Depends on if they include or exclude the last one. Yeah, we win the gold. We needed to get to 350 mil, we got to 500 mil. So we were like, what? Calc 350 plus 50%? Thereabouts. Yeah, thereabouts. In fact, pretty much exactly plus 50%. Alright. Nice little map. Well done, mapmaker. Could have been slightly clearer, but... Or else had the yearly checks, but it's not a big deal. What do we do next? What do we do next? I mean, first we add this to our list of done ones. So this was Florida TSC2, and it gets added to the list of completed maps. We could do UK 1850, Windsor, Detroit, West Coast, USA, SAL4, Pennsylvania Milk Run, Oregon and Empire. Oregon and Empire? What does that look like? No, we were going to do this one again when it... Was that Cascadia? Okay, that's a different one. B&O Special, B&O Special 2. Yeah, we could look at the B&O Special. Heartland, Heartland Tycoons. I mean, I'd probably rather do the one at the earlier start date. Lower Michigan and Massachusetts Bay Transit. We have done a Denmark map, Cal, for Solar. I think we've done 2. Might even have been 2. One of them had wrong triggers, though. So it was like insta-win. In this scenario, Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority gets a jump on history by getting established as a region-wide transit system at the turn of the century. Can you manage it in Taxachusetts? Let's see if it has a reasonable goal. Or does it have no goal? It has no goal. So, no. Taxachusetts is a fail. No goal. Boo hiss. Okay, what else? Lower Michigan? Lower Michigan, which actually looks like it's upper, is booming with produce, lumber, and automobiles. Can you supply these industries with the goods they need to prosper? Does it have a goal? Didn't we do this one the other day? I feel like we did this one the other day. But it didn't have AI. It was just a earn money one. But in any case, it doesn't have a goal, so this one fails. No goal. What about Michigan Railroads 1855? 24 meg needed, yep. Yeah, I think this is the one we did. So in any case, that's a no to you. Maybe eventually I'll have forgotten about it. Pennsylvania Milk Run? The Pennsylvania Milk Run, by the square of time. Choose the easy game button or the hard game button and then haul tons of milk and grain. What? The big 5 milk companies believe in you? I don't know that this will work without the milk fixing mod in. Hail, King Neko. So... no? We're going to say no to this. Under the grounds that we assume this needs the milk fix. Milk bug fix. Okay, what else? We can check out some of the Euro maps. So there was Greaseland. Unfortunately, I can't read this, so I need to translate this. Perhaps Google Translate instructions, and then look at this one again. You've had another idea? If you want help, Neko, I am happy to help you mod the game, and you could play some of your ideas. We need to summon Baz. That's that one. And what's the other one? Ungarn. Okay, so this also looks like it actually has instructions, but I need to translate it. Perhaps Google Translate instructions. So what's your idea, Neko? Whilst I have to find a map we can actually do. Ontario Northland? So these two look pretty similar. Northeast Ontario, bug off buggy bugs. You want all the bug types. Ontario's untapped resources are yours for the picking. The game already lets you do that, doesn't it? You can, like, there's a built-in thing without modding, without any modding, that, you can say only do one type. I think.
But I can also mod it to do the same thing. Populations are scarce and distances are vast. Give it a try anyhow. Does it have a goal? Yes. The map was created using satellite imagery and is reasonably accurate. Aluminium and bauxite are nickel and copper. Iron is iron, zinc, and cobalt and gold. The snow around James Bay represents the added expense involved in laying track in Muskeg, despite the fact that snow is not year-round there. Northeast Ontario. Something hungry? You saw Balaton Sea? Comment suggestions to this location. So what was the actual goal? No events or goals. Sorry, Ontario. Northeast, you fail. No goal. What about the other Ontario Northeast? That one. Okay, this one does. So one of these I need to mark as bad, and the other one is good. The Ontario Northeast one is no goal, but the Northland one does have a goal. Have we beaten Bug Game? No, Tuesday is always Train Game. Tuesday is Train Game, Wednesday is Lone Wolf. We will be returning to Bug Game on either Wednesday or Thursday, depending on how I feel at the end of Lone Wolf. I'm giving it one more session to find a way through the desert, and if I don't find a way through the desert after that, I probably ditch it. No goal, but the other one does have a goal. No, Bug Game probably has something like... I looked up how many chapters it is. It's 7 chapters, and we're in chapter 3? So we're barely... Or at least 7. It was either 7 or 9, but we're nowhere near the end. We're nowhere near the end yet. If we're playing through the whole thing. If I don't get stuck in the desert more. Very obnoxious of them to have at the start of the desert. Don't go to the far east in the desert. And then to make progress, oh look, you have to go all the way to the east. Grr. Grr. Nope, I either want to work it out in-game myself or not at all, King Neko. Michigan Railroads, 1855? Okay, this was the money one. But we felt like we'd done this one. Okay, but seems a copy of one we did recently. Well, I'm running out of other options. We've got West Coast and Sal and UK 1850. West Coast, USA. This one. Everything west of the Mississippi River is available for your expansion. Bronze, personal net worth of 5 million. Silver, company net worth of 40. Gold, have hauled 120 loads of cargo in a single year. Within 20 years. And there was competition? There's no competition. Well, we'll look at this and we'll go look at the UK one and decide between those two. It was UK 1850. What? It doesn't tell you what the goals are. What? How are you going to get gold? The clues are in the game. Keep your eyes and ears open. What? Okay, and you don't start with access rights to London. A trained detective and puzzle out the clues? No, it's okay, Frankie. I'll do that across a break with Google Translate. Don't stress. There are 3 of them that I need to do. There's a Greek one, there's a Ukraine one, and there's a Brandenburg one. I think I could be sold on doing this one, so we'll do that one. Or at least have a go at it. If it doesn't actually tell us the goals after a while, we probably get grumpy. Hello and welcome to the Ball Plays Railroad Tycoon 2 Platinum, here as part of Choo Tuesday. We're having a look at UK 1850. Expert, go. Bless me. The British Empire is expanding under Queen Victoria. Those that aided this expansion are expected to be well rewarded. But will she be amused by your efforts? Seek any and every opportunity to gain respect, wealth, and favour with the royal family and the government. How are you going to do that? And get gold? Well, the clues are in the game. Keep your ears and eyes open. Building costs will be steep as land values are high, and your engineers... Thank you, Echo. Seek to alter terrain to make track as level as possible. Only 2 things are certain. Death and taxes. We will start a full price company, please. We're in Britain. Can we have something that's a bit more crown-like, or... Yeah, I don't mind that one. Maybe a little western. Yeah, I like that one. You can be the diamond. Now, where are we going to connect? Where are there good passengers? There's good passengers here. 1, 2, 3 pairs of passengers. Only 2 pairs of passengers. What do the ports do? The ports provide goods into cotton. They make lumber, they make food, and they make iron. The ports are really strong on this map. We did check the map briefly beforehand to see that it had a goal, and I know that you don't start with access to London. Costs you like 400k for that, which would be most of our starting money. $2.5.
2.5. Is there a hidden house? No, there isn't. Three leads. How steep is this? Ooh. And what about over here? 1, 2, 3.5 plus this. But nowhere else is really worth connecting to. 1, 2, 3. I mean, here to here would work, but it's got lots of turning and rivers and blah blah blah. Scotland is kind of garbage. I kind of like the idea of a loop there, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or do we throw all our starting money into buying London? But then where would we even connect to? It might be possible to loan connect to Birmingham. Yeah, actually, it might be possible to go straight London, Birmingham. London, Birmingham as our opening thing. We'll hire even cheaper Goodwill Man, see if we can immediately buy London. Swap over to, if there is such a man, cheaper stations. Take that loan, change the dividend down to nothing. I care about the passengers more than anything else. I don't like that turn into a hill there. I think I'd much prefer to be like that. Although that turn there into a hill is also not really acceptable. Is there any way to get this to not be a turn into a hill? That one looks the best. I guess I do want the port, so we will go all the way to there, even though it means giving up some of Watford's thing. Crowns celebrate as the first railway station in the capital opens. And we want one here. Okay. We need at least one train. Oh, wow. We even start with the ancient ones. The Prussian will have to do. It's a bit tempting to do that. Actually, you know what? We'll do one mail, one food. And then the next one can be passenger, dining, passenger, passenger. Saloon. Post office. Post office. That distance should be traversable without needing a water station. That's going to make lumber and iron. Neither of which is super useful. And this already makes food, so making more food isn't super helpful. These two to here to bring food back to London is helpful. Right, so like that. And then I need a medium station there. So we can't get a small one to work well enough. Hail, kitty. G'day, g'day. I guess there. And like that. That's all we can afford. You're home. You're back home, back home, back home. No more visiting the relatives. Have you got your computer back from your thieving boyfriend, though? Or replaced your boyfriend with one that has a computer? The other option. You've fixed his PC and upgraded it. Good to hear. The second option. I could release some more stock, and that would let us buy another Prussian, which I will go do, to take back to London. Saloon, yes. So we can't afford a post office. You're setting up your Pokemon streaming stuff? I look forward to it, Kitty. Kitty has nabbed, or asked for at least, hopefully they nabbed, our Meep Meep, Beep Beep, It's Mareep mod files. They said they may well be interested in doing some modded runs. I'm happy to help them do more modding if they have other ideas they want to do. Half an inch too long for your case? Ooh, that hurts. That destroys the soul, Death's Head. Well, if you got building advice from someone, you know who to absolutely bang like a drum for suggesting the wrong size for your case. God. Especially if they suggested the whole system at once. These two take God damn it. I was going to say priority over this one. You've run into a similar issue where his GPU is so big he can't fit in his network card anymore. A network card? This Does he need a coax network connection? Does the motherboard not have a built-in? Or maybe he has really fancy, like, ultra super mega gigabit that he needs more than the Mobo's networking. But yeah, who has a separate network? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, Solar. Take a hacksaw to the case. Buy another case is probably the most reasonable, if you can, like, getting a return, depending on if they allow returns for I'm an idiot reasons, or more accurately, I got bad advice. But some places will not allow returns for no-fault returns. I don't know how the consumer laws are where you are and where you bought it from as well. Because you might not have bought it from your own jurisdiction, which even adds more complexity. Boop. All three people have had different answers. Grab everything, and you will take it to Leicestershire Junction. There is enough here that we can have a water, and we absolutely do need it. We do not need sand yet, but we could have a restaurant. But the restaurant is too expensive. Cutting the case is madness. Like, unless you're used to doing lots of, like, Dremel work or something, cutting the case is... And you're forever then gonna have it sticking out of the case, and you're gonna have to not touch it or not let it get touched and then become a short circuit site. Like, I really don't instinctively like the cut the case solution. Like, if you've got printed circuit board with live electricity just sticking out of the case. Oh, let's go look at the picture. There. General. Well, that's not so bad. I was imagining it literally sticking an inch or two out of the end of the case. The Crystal Palace houses the Great Exhibition. 6 million visitors expected to visit South London. Grab the full set of people, take them back to London. This will need water. It will need a saloon and a restaurant if we can afford it. You never put the back on your PC and short-circuit it all the time? Kitty, you should treat your stuff better. Passengers are flocking to London for the exposition. We have a golden opportunity here for increased profits. Stop. You are the highest priority, yes. This is going to become grain. And then take it back to London. Okay, and this is enough money that I feel like we can now double this track. So they won't run into each other. Make sure everywhere has post offices. London can definitely have the maintenance bay. This needs water. And then London needs sand. And then we probably save the rest of our money for the moment. Good, good, good. There is so much here, we're ready for another. So we'll start another. Here, Birmingham. Get going. Make sure that the rest of this track is doubled as well. Go. Not sure that my stuff short circuits all the time is the best way to attract customers. I am inclined to agree. Set everything back to normal because we should not have troubles with this anymore. Next major delivery, we'll be able to double track everything. I'm inclined to wait for one more. Speed up one. Damn. No, it works perfectly. Yes. Stop. Double track. Here to here. Here to here. Here to there. And I think we're done. Hey, dead press. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, that's just so painful that it doesn't fit. Speed up. Not that kind of doctor. But backwards. No, it says it forwards, but my camera is mirrored so that I look into screen. Because people get grumpy if I look off of screen. A friend from your club has inside information from the Colonial Office. Cargoes of all sorts are needed at the Colonial embarkation ports of Southampton, Poole, Portsmouth and Plimpton. Oh no, Plymouth. He says that Queen Victoria has been taking a personal interest in the situation. Okay, let's get on it. I don't know what that means. Am I expected to connect to them? I can connect to Southampton and Portsmouth without too much trouble. Plimpton? You don't like Plimpton? It's a suburb here. I assume there's a Plimpton over here as well. Still, we need to wait for the next big money income, because it costs a lot of money to cross the river. You need to slow down, little friend. Else you're going to run up the back of this one, which you've already done, so you might as well be full speed again. I was a bit late on slowing you down. London ding ding dings. Birmingham needs a full set of passengers most. Big restaurant, small hotel. And then you are going to do double passenger. One, two, one. Yes, that's perfect. And then we want to deliver some food and lumber. This end should have its hotel. Roundhouse, sanding. So should you. Good. I think one more money injection, and then I think we're... Because, like, a third of that money would currently go to crossing the river. Well, I suppose we could have a look at it. Are there industries on the Isle of Man? I doubt it. No, there's only some trees. God, that is so expensive. And the other question is, how do we get across? I think we actually come across this way, because otherwise I can't go in both directions. Lovely. We can start feeding the sheep some extra grain. Wool is extra heavy, so I don't really want them to do more than 2, 3. 3. 3 is the limit that I'm willing to accept for wool. And then bring goods back to London. Now, we could also actually do milk, at least once to the locations that we're allowed to do milk to. We'll wait for it to try and pick up to 2, though. Treasury reaps taxes. Treasury pleased with taxes from new industries such as railways. We split 3 for 1. And what was the other thing? War in the Crimea. Patiently wait for your third wool. And then you are going to take 4 lumber back to Birmingham. And this probably needs sand and water. It definitely needs a post office. Yeah, it's not too bad. Oh, double milk. It exists. We can start the milk train. 2 milk to London, then come back. Then it's 2 milk to Leicestershire. And finally, 2 milk to Birmingham. By which time we have to find you a new job. You need to know that you are low priority. Speed up 1, 2. You can grab nothing. Just go faster. Ding, ding, ding. Lovely. And we have enough money to think about connecting these two like we were told. Unfortunately now, the AI has gotten in the way. It's also eaten Liverpool. It might be possible to do there. To there and still be okay. What was the other one? Plymouth, this one. So Plymouth, Bristol. Oh, you can make an infinite chain. Goods becomes cotton. Cotton becomes goods. Goods becomes cotton, becomes goods, becomes cotton, becomes goods, becomes cotton. I want to get here then and connect either here to here or some other port to the import-export industry. Yes. But you need something to start it off. So you need that kickstart from that little bit of starting wall. I'm willing to wait a little bit longer. Or do I come down this way? Let's have a look how much it would cost to do that. Yeah, track prices are super high. I think I do need to wait for a bit more money because of the track prices, so speed up. How dare you buy shares in my company? Only I may do that. You've added Brighton. You added Manchester. Okay, we're ready for duplicate of you. Accept 3. You can be put back up to normal now. You have a notion to build the world's largest steamship. Such an undertaking will require a long-term investment from you of £5,000 per year for 5 years, and return is by no means guaranteed. Build her. Build the exceptionally large steamship. I was thinking of, what's the one that Brunel made? That hideously large one? The Great Eastern. That's what I was imagining. That's my fault. Turn back round and become a full set of passengers. Come on, I told you to go back there and become all passengers. Now you can have 2 mail. Hereford offers 100k to connect to it. Maybe. We should also look if there's a better person now. Train Speedman is quite nice. We'll go with Train Speedman. We've got enough grain that we should do this again. On the other hand, you're about to actually start that loop again, so that's not that bad. Another one doing here to there seems okay. It's not like you're gonna consume all of London's demand. That means this could then have a Telegraph restaurant hotel. Yes, now you go to the other side and become food. This has had its lumber done. Leicestershire needs lumber. The London Bullet. 100% passengers is fine. I'm glad that the milk one is out front. We might have to dial back to only doing two sheep at a time, because sheep are apparently too heavy. They're rather heavier than I thought. Or the little Prussians just can't handle them. You can wait for him to get around the corner. It's not going to take that long. Five? Well, if you can get 5. Oi, stop it. No, 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 you... No! No, you jerks. That was gonna be mine. Well, I'm definitely not letting them get these two, so... I'm hoping that that can reach. Yes, it can reach what I need it to. Set up our little express here. Good. Something like that. Get going. We could extend that to here to get food to Nottingham. Good. You're taking those to London. Is cotton as heavy as the sheep? Cotton is as heavy as the sheep, annoyingly. And that looks terrible, but the thing to remember is it's downhill, right? We tell ourselves it'll all be okay because it's downhill. I think we're going to start making this into separate little things. I want to wait for that to hit 4. Start aggregating the cattle. Yeah, we'll start another one of you. Why not? But only with 2. 2 and 2, because 3 is too heavy for you. Now, I'm willing to bet that London doesn't want food that much. Actually, London wants food at a huge rate. So, okay, yes, that can be food. To London. Last one is that. Even more cow. Woo. Now, Slough does need lumber, and there's a set of 4 lumber, so you can do that. Wait for those to hit 3, wait for that to hit 4. Speed up 1. Okay, the sheep one, sorry, the cattle ones are ready. So cattle, food there, loop. And cattle, food, Leicester. The Iron Duke comes available. It's really, really good in terms of speed. It's really, really bad in terms of fuel cost. We should probably actually literally upgrade everything to the new train straight away. Will we instead do a phase out? How many of these do I have? Like I could run 1, 2, 3. But I can't really imagine much use for any of the others. Like I can imagine using 3 of these. 12. But everything else should probably be Iron Dukes right now. Yeah, we'll convert over once this, like, when this dings, we'll make a Iron Duke equivalent. Actually, no, we'll make an Iron Duke equivalent of that now. Here, London. Done, and then when you get here, you can turn into this with iron. Oh yes, the milk one actually makes sense to leave as a crappy one for the moment. And then Slough, Nottingham, and finally Slough, Sheffield. You ding. You stop existing in that sense, and you become here to here. Good work. We make your replacement Iron Duke. It needs food at 5 and passengers at none, so we'll actually do mail, mail, food, food, food. And you are becoming the second one of those. Can anything use the pulpwood? Hail, Mr. Handy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Have we done America? Most of the, like, 60 to 70% of the maps we play are probably America ones, Mr. Handy. Just because they're the ones that, like, there are more of them than the other locations. The last map we did was an America map. We did Florida. How heavy, if we have you with 1 versus an Iron Duke with 6, even then it doesn't keep pace. Ay, ay, ay. But I think I'll turn these into just running goods back and forth things. One sec. Treasury reaps taxes. We split 2 for 1. Russians defeated in Crimea. Most profit. Now, from now on, your job should just be back and forth here. Cotton, goods. Cotton goods. I guess we can do one there. Doop, doop. go. Not that I ever expect to need that, but it's there just in case now. There was some sort of diminishing returns. That's a bit worrying, because this won't then be self-sustaining. Speed up one. Good. But for now you are changing to this. You actually become nothing. And then this. Yeah, you can definitely become an Iron Duke right now. So can you. Woo. Slough has some stuff to return to London. Yep, and that's just in time for your loop. You're going to become one of them. And then we are going to go here. Boo hiss. Let's go have a look at train 3. Leicestershire, London. Sure, you can become an Iron Duke. You. What can you be now? You probably become another one of these. But you can't do that yet. So... You know what? No. You're just going to do this. That's your job. Once a year, do that. Seems like this does need double tracking. Maybe, we'll see. Birmingham wants everything, so... Do you want food more than people? No. Do you want lumber more than people? You kind of do want lumber more than people. So we'll go like that. Slough needs food. And there is food here, so you're going to become food. Like that. You are now low priority, as are you. And you. The rest we're just looking to delete. Yeah, I think we should delete the others. So actually, once you get to Birmingham, we're going to kill you. Same with you. No, you can just die. We are ready for... Maybe one could become this express again. Leicester wants not food. Passengers is all you got, though. You know what? You're not going to be this. You are going to be these two. It's tempting to tank my own share price to kill this man. God. But it wouldn't... Well, would it? It would cost him 700k. Nah, not worth. Let's go up to a nice 20, though. And if I've got all this spare money, maybe I could buy back my... Nah, the buyback's worth diddly. It doesn't change the percent very much. I don't know what we're going to spend it on. Probably you. You're about to die. You're about to die. Now I want one that just does this to here. And then that to London. Or do I separate them? You know what? We're actually going to separate them. Well, no, there's no point in you coming back empty. But you can do that. What does Birmingham want? It wants mail and lumber. It doesn't really want food. It has an acceptable desire for passengers. That doesn't feel like it is enough. There. That'll do for you. You're the milkman still. You've still got 2 more deliveries to make before we kill you. Actually, there's enough there now that we just kill this off entirely and make a proper express up here. Ding, ding. Go. Time for you to die. You're also dying. So are you. 12. Buy that. I'm willing to buy that. I'm not buying the milk because the milk will stop being profitable. You, and you. That. This. And the cow thing. No, that's perfect. We're about to need another cotton one. Speed up one. See if there's a better advisor. No, there's not. Half price. Half price. Fuel man. It kind of looks like it's worth you... No, but I want to use this to fuel more crap in London, don't I? So... grab these, take them to London. In the future, I guess I don't mind you doing that. And on the way back, deliver them to Nottingham. Same with you. Looks good. $14 and $10. It has nothing that we want aside from 3 wool, which you then take to Birmingham. Convert into goods. Bring it back to London. The mail demand is good. And the lumber demand is good. God damn it, I wanted this to die. At the New Year's Eve ball, you were discussing railroads with the Prince of Wales. He mentioned how wonderful it would be to be able to visit his family homes in both Scotland and Wales by rail, and what a boom it would be for the country as a whole. There's nothing but goods to take back. Take back goods. I'm in luck now, says British General. Lucknow is relieved. Sepoy mutiny is over. Investors jubilant. Woo. So many dings. That's fine. And what was the other one? 6, 8. Birmingham wants goods. It also wants food. So grab as many food as you can. Speed up one. Now I want to kill this off, so when you get to London, stop absorbing cotton. Yes, just grab the 3 food. This is the semi-final delivery for the milkman. Where are you going? Birmingham. I kind of don't mind the idea of making one that goes to London to here at the moment. Otherwise, it's just wasted passengers that are going to die off. And maybe one that goes to Sheffield? Now, in that case, we should probably do that. Actually, there's nothing for you to grab, but you are actually supposed to stay like that. Now, please have 4 cotton, or at least 3. No? Ha! The one we wanted to die died by itself. It's almost convenient. Okay, here we go. Only 3. So we are facing some diminishing returns on this, sadly, but we can probably keep it propped up with the iron ones. So I need half the time for you to not eat this. There's nothing else for you to take back. Work out once you get there. Slough needs lumber and mail. Passengers at 3. We probably do a passenger set to Slough. Can anywhere use the logs? No. Well, Scotland can use the logs, but I'm not carting stuff all the way up to Scotland to come back down. I wouldn't mind this connecting to this. So, yes, because that's what I meant to do. If only that could get across all 3 neatly. God, that is gonna suck. It's as good as it's gonna get. That'll do. Give it everything. Same at the other end. You might as... Damn it, I should have brought the grain along as well. You're invited to invest in the East India Company. Sure. A contact at your club offers you a chance to reduce your running costs by investing in his coal mine. Sure. Brunel launches the Great Eastern. So the giant ship that we were supposedly investing in exists. Now, in the real world, it was a hideous failure, financially. It didn't make money. It's up to its last milk run. Except that now we can also add in two more milk runs. You can do Slough to Kingston upon Hull and Slough to Norwich. Take those as well, please. Leicestershire wants lumber and passengers. Done. Does Leicestershire want food? No. Grumble, grumble, grumble. It's tempting to buy this up and then build a better version of it. How much would it cost to buy you? Only 5 million for this one. Yeah, I could save up 5 million. $13. No, because you just go back and forth. Might as well grab the milk and the produce. One of your engineers suggests using some low-grade steel for rails. Absolutely not. Good, and this time you are going to grab nothing but cotton. And maybe 2 food? Two food. Come on, you were told to pick up all this stuff. Do it. Next time you can do the produce. Actually, we could use the produce as a way of... That could be something that this milkman can do once he's done all his milk deliveries. Okay, so I would like to get this grain. Done. Water sanding, yes. Apparently mail is more important. Please wait for wool from now on. Same with you. Actually, you know what? Head back because you can wait for wool back there. You absolutely wait for enough cotton. And if it takes a while, it takes a while. Everything's going pretty well. Maybe wait for 4 in the future. Grab a full set of passengers. Oof. Come friendly bombs and fall on slow. Okay, there we go. Green, there, back. Little loop back. This should be worth buying. You wait for 4. It's probably worth buying this one. Yes. That's all there is. That's all there is. Nottingham only wants passengers. And lumber, but not food. And mail, the passengers can wait. When you're in London, do wait for that. You're waiting for this guy to arrive. One more loop. Nine is fine. You might as well take the extra passengers if they're there. Just don't expect them all the time. There's mail to take. Take it. Pokemon UI all done? Sounds like maybe I'll have something to watch while I have dinner in a maybe hour or two. Excellent. Now all we have to do is get Orlov to do his promised stream. Prince of Wales visits Canada. Transatlantic traffic on the increase as British shipbuilding hits new high. More ports for more people. One more. Actually, it doesn't matter. You'll grab it next round. I kind of feel like maybe we could actually have two of those. No, you just go back to London to pick up more passengers. Where's the milkman? You don't need to visit Sheffield anymore. Oh, sorry, Nottingham. Yes. Good. Only 2 more trips and then the milkman can do something else. Yeah. Prince Consort Albert dies. The nation mourns. You're waiting for 4 cotton, and that's fine. All the turns here are costing a fair bit of speed. Yeah, you're fine. As long as you know that you don't always expect to do mail. Yes. That's fine. This is busy enough that it deserves telegraph poles, so does London. Everything except one. Got to use up those passengers. Speed up one. Good enough. The first steel mill. And it doesn't have a normal ratio? Oh no, it does have a normal ratio. Well, these could happily come here. And what can we do with the steel? Almost nothing. Because the place that produces steel is also the only place that eats steel at the moment. Let's assume that we're going to want double tracks at some stage. That's going to suck a little bit, but oh well. Sand, water. That's your job. Do that forever. Buy this. Buy both of these. I guess I could build a maintenance bay here so that this one stops complaining about not having any oil. Quit buying my shares, guy. What if I attempt to ooh, God, no. For some reason, their price is massively inflated at the moment. Oh, wait, no. It's the other one. It's that one. Sure. No! Okay, we'll wait a year and offer you the best price possible. See if you still turn us down. And I'm an idiot. No. That is your job. I wasted some cotton. My bad. I feel very idiot. Yeah, it deserves an idiot. That was very bad. Considering that we otherwise have like a semi-infinite loop of cotton wool, wasting 4 cotton is like wasting 4 times by 0.8 times by 0.8 times by 0.8 until it becomes functionally 0. Like it's wasting a lot. Thankfully, we are about to fix that through the wonder of our new steel mill. World's shortest delivery. And that actually makes a case that we should deliver this somewhere here where this can't eat the iron. Like that. So your new job is to deliver that from now on to here. And then in the future you should be able to do 4 into 4. Slough pretty much only wants mail. And actually it wants food. Do you want... Yeah, and a lumber, sure. Your job is to no longer wait for these because we're using it more efficiently now. Actually, no. No, you're not. Well... Yes, go back to Sheffield. Go back to Sheffield and wait. This iron is being used more efficiently, but this isn't. That iron can still happily go to that tool and die works. Which means your usefulness in that way has ended. I want you to become that. Or... You know what? Actually better. That there, turn it into goods, bring it back. The only other way we could do more is by trying to yoink this coal. Which I'm kind of okay with this guy doing once he delivers this milk. Something like that looks good. Quit buying our shares. Why is it supposedly worth so much? Okay, ding. Milkman's job is done. You've had a good life. You've paid for yourself 3 times over. Prime Minister pleased with diversification. Commenting on the purchase of several industries by railway companies, he said to be delighted with a move that can only strengthen the economy. And that kind of means that we should double at least this bit of track. You know what? We'll be generous and double that bit as well. Give you a refrigerated so that picking up your produce late doesn't hurt. Now that probably means it's worth buying this. And you. Wait for 4. I might need a second one of those now. We'll see once these two are delivered. God, this little guy can't even outspeed that when it's got 4. 15. And for you, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. There is enough spare cotton for a second cotton man, I think. Okay, can we attempt to buy out this guy? No! Let me buy you out! It's above the book value, you greedy guts. That means we could buy this now, once the year's up. Can't buy his principles? Oh, just you wait. One time pure mail. Next time, passengers again. This is getting a bit busy. Well, you're about to have sand and water in a sec, so stop complaining. Really? You want to connect to that? That's a bit excessive, game. He shouldn't want to do that. That's a bit much. Does that let... Out of interest, does that then let me... No, it doesn't. Just wondering. What if I build it halfway along? For science. No, you're not allowed to build on the ends. Fair enough. Well, what am I willing to add? I would be willing to add this to here, to down here on both of these. Actually, become a medium station. Okay, and then we want... Come out this way. Good enough. Double between here. Okay, so we want one that does 2 produce to there. And that is all. And one that does wool to goods to here, to wool to goods to here. Looks good. Now we could try and enhance your output by yoinking this. So in the future you go 2 here, and then you grab these, and you bring them back to where you started. Beautiful. Queen Victoria asks the giants of British industry to sponsor hospitals and schools in the colonies. Sure, why not? Well, they help give me an education, Decoy. so that I can become a not that kind of doctor. I don't really like it because I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing, Maury. Like, at the moment, it's unclear if we're going to get bronze, silver, or gold. Like, I do like the idea of the events equal points and number of points at the end equals win or not. But I don't know. I'd like greater clarity in the goals. That's almost maybe purchasable. Yes. Done. Unfortunately, that means we've made this guy stupendously rich. But on the other hand, I now own all this. We can start erasing it. Do not want. 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 God, look at this mess that they've made. Do not want. Do not want. They've got a John Bolt. No. Do not want. Do not want. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Now, I can accept that here to here should have some sort of express. Sure. Now that's organized. Do we want one that goes from here to here? I guess we do. All stations do. Both ends don't need a roundhouse there. Okay. Boy. Well, we have our answer. The AI is allowed to start another station. I was wondering if it was a buy out the competitor and they die one. It isn't. They're allowed to start a second company. Boo hiss, boo hiss. Nah, we'll have another We'll have another look at this another day. For now, I am... Finding out this is basically saying you've shoved $17 million into a competitor. And they should probably tell you about that at the start. And next time we need to be a bit quicker of blocking this off. I don't mind this. This was fine. Block this off sooner. Anyway, has Kitty started? Yes! But it's not Infinite Fusion. It's still Pokemon, and therefore we are excited. We are just slightly less excited than if it was Infinite Fusion. Thank you for watching. I hope you had a lovely day. Tomorrow is Lone Wolf Wednesday. We will be doing another one of the Lone Wolf books, and then if I'm feeling energetic enough, we'll try and continue, I think, Bug Fables. See if I can't unlose myself in the desert, and therefore work out if we continue that series or are dumping it because it's got poor signaling. For now, peace all. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you had a lovely time.
It's bots. Isn't that the best sign, everyone? Bam, 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 bam. Parade. Did the bot bring in Blobber?
No.
Bam. Oop. Thank you, Blobber. Thank you for the raid. I'm just setting up. It's a little. My setup isn't as good as I'd like. It.
Beep, bop, boop.